Can you all hear me? Terrific. I want to welcome you to the School of Arts and Sciences 7th annual Penn Grad Talks, and, very importantly, the first one to be held live and in person since 2019. To our audience, both here in person and to those streaming online, thank you so much for joining us today to support our fabulous graduate students and see them share their knowledge. My name's Beth Wenger. You'll be seeing me a lot today. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies, and I'm the Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. Penn Arts and Sciences graduate students are exceptional scholars, researchers, and teachers. They are a diverse group who are working to understand and interpret our world, to create and transmit new knowledge, and to make meaningful change for the better. It gives me great pleasure today to be here to give you just a little taste of their original, creative, and groundbreaking work. Today, we're going to be hearing from 19 of our very impressive graduate students. Their topics include everything from racial policy to redefining competition, to the environmental impacts of mining lithium, to Cicero's take on aging, and much, much more. I can't wait to hear what they have to say. And I want to extend a personal thank you to all of the presenters that we're going to hear today. They are helping to show the vital part that our grad students play in the intellectual life of the school, and in fact, they are the future of scholarship. In 7 years, this event has gone through a lot of iterations as we adapted to the pandemic online and its aftermath, and the talks themselves, those are the things that have remained constant and constantly fascinating. They've been viewed hundreds, thousands of times online and shared on social media, as I hope they will be today. For the people who want to share posts about the program today on their own social media, please use hashtags PennGradTalks and hashtag PennSAS. For the people here, if you haven't done so, we hope you'll help yourselves to the food throughout the event today. And finally, I want to say that Penn Grad Talks is the result of a real collaboration between the Graduate Division of the School of Arts and Sciences, the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, the school's Advancement Office, and very importantly, the graduate student representatives of SaskGov and LPSGov. The program and prizes are funded by the Office of the Dean of SAS. So we have many, many people to thank for making this event happen today. And now I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Liberal and Professional Education, who will kick off our presentations today.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Beth said, I'm Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Professional and Liberal Education in Penn Arts and Sciences, and it's a pleasure to be with you for the Professional Master's session of our 7th annual Penn Grad Talks. Professional master's degrees in the School of Arts and Sciences reflect the range of our faculty's scholarship across the humanities, the social sciences, and the natural sciences. Together, the programs enroll approximately 1,000 individuals each year. They come to Penn from our local community, across the US, and around the world. The programs offer full-time and part-time study options, and degrees are offered in a variety of formats, on-campus, online, and hybrid. Students are at many stages of their careers. Today's presentations will give you a taste of some of the diverse fields of study and amazing students represented in Arts and Sciences professional master's degrees. Today, you'll be hearing from 5 students. To start, Valerie Avaria from our Applied Positive Psychology program will give a talk titled Savoring the Shared Life, Strengthening Marriages Through Collaborative Legacy Writing. Edward Johnson of International Studies in the Lauder Institute will ask, the battle for Africa's sporting heart, can basketball overtake football's popularity? Rebecca Liu, also of International Studies in the Lauder Institute, will present a talk entitled How U.S. Startups Are Working to Serve Immigrants. Zhao Liu, from the Master of Environmental Studies, will discuss From Bottled Water to Filtered Water, Save Money and Save the Earth. And Carrie O'Neill, from the Master of Applied Positive Psychology, will speak about Striving Together, Competition Redefined. Since this event is a competition, we will also have 3 judges with us. We do have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are Associate Professor of Classical Studies James Carr, Earth and Environmental Sciences doctoral student Anant Srinivas, and Susan Alborn, a staff writer for the school. Thank you for helping us today. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation, and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You, the audience, will also be able to cast your own votes for the Audience Choice Award by texting the presenter's number to a 10-digit phone number. Details will be shared on the screen throughout the category. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across all 4 categories will win a $500 prize. The winners for each category, including audience choice, will be announced at a reception beginning at 5 this afternoon in the Sphinx lobby. I invite you all to join us there. Lastly, as Beth said, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, please don't forget to use the hashtags PennGradTalks, PennSAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our speakers and enjoy the talks. Valerie?
Good afternoon. I hope you had a very satisfying lunch because today we are going to talk about marriage. Raise your hands if you think marriage is a good thing. Oh, I'm in good company. Well, marriage is the most basic and universal of social institutions, but it's no laughing matter. Google the words marriage jokes and it will generate around 330 million results. Here are some that stand out. A man is incomplete until he's married. After that, he is finished. When a man opens a car door for his wife, it's either a new car or a new wife, attributed to the late Prince Philip. Wedding rings, the world's smallest handcuffs. If you're sporting such tiny handcuffs on your finger, well, don't worry, I have some good news for you. Even if marriage often gets a bad reputation, science tells us that it's actually very good for you. Well, we know that dyadic relationships, a relationship where 2 people support and need each other, are actually vital to our health and happiness. But there is something very special about the dyadic relationship of marriage when it comes to well-being effects. First, married people report being happier compared to those who are single, separated, divorced, or cohabiting. Married couples tend to live healthier and happier and longer. For married men, cardiovascular diseases, the risk of that is lower. Also, children of intact marriages have reduced risk for depression and overall fare better than those whose parents divorce. This is what the science tells us. So what all these findings say is that a stable and supportive marriage is a pathway to well-being. Marriage helps individuals thrive. And this has a wide implication for society. Since individuals in thriving marriages tend to be happier and healthier, they can then function optimally in life's different domains. They can be positive forces in their families, workplaces, and communities. Knowing such positive outcomes can be derived from stable and supportive marriages, isn't it then imperative that we equip those choosing marriage as a life path and those who have chosen it with more tools to strengthen their relationship? So that's my question. Well, this is exactly my mission as a practitioner and student of positive psychology. Positive psychology is the science that studies the factors and conditions that make us flourish. I am designing a positive intervention for married couples. Well, positive interventions are self-directed and self-perpetuating activities that individuals can do on their own. It doesn't need external agency to work. Now, I chose writing as my main mechanism because it is known to improve mental and emotional health in therapy and other existing interventions. Now, you might ask, why legacy writing? Well, because it has very unique features. When you say legacy, it involves leaving something behind. So you purposely write your life story so it could be passed on to others. You're passing on your lessons and your wisdom. Writing legacies is an act of self-examination. It confronts you with questions like, who am I? What do I value in life? What is my message to the world? So it is a very powerful meaning-making tool. In fact, it is being offered as a coping and learning activity for cancer patients right here at the Penn Hospital. Now, writing is typically approached as a solitary individual activity, but I am arguing that as a collaborative activity, writing can be a very powerful, enriching experience for couples, psychologically and emotionally. For married couples, it will give them more opportunities to reconnect and pursue something meaningful together. Now, shared activities like this are known to foster positivity between the couples and also lessen the risk of divorce. Now, let me share with you the theoretical grounding of my intervention. So it has 3 parts. This framework is based on my professor, Dr. James Pawelski's Elements model. The 3 parts are savoring, examining, and celebrating. So each part targets a specific well-being outcome and a domain of change, for example, affect, cognition, or behavior. Also, each part features science-based relationship-enhancing mechanisms. Let me tackle each one. The first part is all about savoring, which is the process of mutually enhancing. Couples will both enhance their positive experiences together. Now, savoring is known to lengthen and strengthen positive emotions, and couples, well, we will recommend that they schedule savoring dates, which could be a romantic dinner or a leisurely afternoon walk. The objective is to talk about and reminisce their most positive experiences together. Part 2 is all about cognition or thinking processes. So they select a life event to write about, and as they write, they reflect, reappraise, and interpret the experience using a positive lens. And these cognitive processes are known to cultivate greater meaning in a shared life. Part 3 is all about celebrating their shared accomplishment, which could be a legacy letter, a standalone story, or part of a longer legacy book that they wish to produce. Part 3 targets behavioral change, encouraging couples to verbally appreciate each other's positive traits and values. These actions are known to build positive emotions and strengthen relationship bonds. Now, the advantage of the Elements design is that it can be tailored to the couple's needs and lifestyle, and its frequency of utilization can be tested according to the level of intervention needed. For instance, couples who are struggling in their marriages can do this more often. For future directions, the model could also be adapted to other dyadic populations, such as parents and children, friends, mentors, and mentees. What we choose to do impact our well-being. Again, collaborative legacy writing is self-directed. It needs intentional participation from the couple to work. To end, Barbara Friedrichsen said, "Flourishing is not a solo endeavor. I was married in 2019. My husband and I have two legacies, a mischievous 2-year-old, and one that I'm actually carrying today. I am 8 months pregnant delivering this talk, and that's why I feel so breathless, I'm just happy it's not inducing any contractions. Yeah, the fact that I am here, pregnant at Penn, and pursuing my master's degree is because of the support, love, and most importantly, financial investment of my husband right there. Indeed, a supportive and stable marriage is a pathway to greater well-being. To end, it is my deepest hope that collaborative legacy writing, as a new positive intervention for marriages, will be able to significantly contribute to how the field of positive psychology builds a thriving society. Thank you.
Good morning. I think every basketball fan around the world remembers a few key moments in basketball history. 1, Hakeem Olajuwon's dream shake. 2, Charles Barkley elbowing and bullying the Angolan team at the 1992 Olympics. 3, Dikembe Mutombo's finger whack. And finally, more recently and on a more lighthearted note, Serge Ibaka's "How hungry are you?" These are key moments in basketball history that have Africans at the core. And I think everyone can accept and recognize that every generation of basketball greatness involves some element of Africans within it. I'm so happy today to be presenting a research that I conducted with 3 of my classmates, Frank, Sadar, and Gedalia, on the battle for Africa's sporting supremacy between football, soccer in America, and basketball, the sport that many might associate with the orange ball that gets bounced on a concrete floor. I'm a candidate of the MBA at the Wharton School and at the International Studies focusing on Africa at the Lauder Institute, and I'm very happy to have done this research today. Just a few quick rundown of what I'll talk to you about. I'll talk to you about who I am. I'll take you through a little bit about some key elements of basketball in Africa, and then I'll take you through some reasons why we have found football to be more supreme than basketball. And then we'll take a look ahead about what lies ahead and what we can expect. So first, as I said, I'm African, just like a particular Joel Embiid, who's a superstar player here for the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm from Botswana originally, and I came to Penn to pursue my studies. Secondly, I'm 6 feet tall, just like a particular superstar called Chris Paul. So I, in another universe, could have possibly played basketball professionally, but alas. And then I'm a resident of Philadelphia at this current moment, just like a particular superstar who used to stomp these grounds called Allen Iverson. And he, in fact, is the first superstar that I was aware of growing up who made basketball cool. I used to see Iverson 3 jerseys all the time growing up, and he made me fall in love with the game and recognize it for what it was. Just some clarifications to get out of the way. Firstly, Africa is a continent, right? It has 54 countries, and every single country is different in the way that it approaches things, different policies, different beliefs, and different people. But through this research, we have noticed that there's some specific themes and specific characteristics that we can draw general theories about, and that's what I'll talk to you about today. Don't be surprised if I cite specific countries, because those will be more anecdotal. But, just to draw a general theme. Please don't forget, Africa is a continent. Cool. Basketball in Africa. The Basketball Africa League announced, the NBA rather, announced a $1 billion basketball league investment into Africa in 2019, and it started in 2019 rather, and it involved the investment by the NBA into a professional league that was styled in the style of the UEFA Champions League in football in Europe, that will involve inter-country competition, and the best teams from those countries competing in one competition to battle it out for whomever will be Africa's champion, essentially. So the outcome had dual outcome strategy. Firstly, was to build a basketball infrastructure on the continent, courts, players, and skill sets, coaches, etc. And then it also had the intention of being an alternative product to the NBA in the US. I'm personally 6 hours or 7 hours ahead in Botswana, and I had to stay up late for NBA games. And so the Basketball Africa League wants to be an alternate watching alternative for people who might want to consume that in a time zone that is similar to theirs, or even players who want to play professionally but might not want to migrate from Africa to Europe or to the United States. We also noticed that basketball has been historically associated with a camp development model. And by this is short-term development programs that have been started by either teams or individuals who come to Africa and then host these 2 months or a couple of weeks and then fly back out. This is very different to what I'll talk about in football, and you'll keep this note as we go along. Let's talk about football. Firstly, football is what they call the beautiful game, right? Every child growing up knows about football, and football is probably one of the more accessible sports. It has low barriers to entry. All you need is clear ground, sometimes not even clear, and a ball, sometimes not even round, and just maybe bricks, sticks, and it can make it work. It's not as height selective. I'm 6 feet tall, and I barely scratch the surface of what an average NBA player would be in terms of height. So basketball is very height selective. Football has also played a strong role in social movements. Kaufman and a sociologist from Harvard called Kaufman released a paper that talked about football's involvement and how specific countries and specific regions adopt and diffuse sports, specifically developing countries that have a colonial history. And it's interesting to note that from that, there are two key takeaways. One, the role of the local elites in adopting that sport, and then secondly, the role of benevolent entrepreneurs and benevolent social movements in making the sport of the people. Football has done a great job at this. It was adopted by local elites, and every single boy child, girl child recognizes that football is their sport, and as I said, it's called the beautiful game. So it's played a strong role in liberating people in many countries. For example, there was a covert operation in South Africa that involved moving protesters, moving ANC members between countries disguised as football players traveling on a bus. And that is exactly how football has played, the kind of role football played in social movement. And there's very much an infrastructure spend that comes from governments to support this, because building a stadium, you also build a track around it, and you're encouraging both football and track running. So there is some kind of government incentive to spend on that. And then there's an academic development model, which is where a country or a city or a team creates an academy that is long-standing as part of a school, as part of a team, and children can go there every single day. Unlike basketball, which has historically been associated with a camp model, where you start something for a short period of time and leave, football has had its roots and stays. So just some key differences. The Basketball Africa League has 174K compared to the Confederation for African Football. And notably, this is not just the CAF Champions League, it also involves the Africa Cup of Nations on the football side. Instagram followers, it dwarfs about 10%. And then the largest stadium capacity in Africa, indoor arena, is 20,000, compared to football, which has a 94,700 largest stadium capacity. The last final of the Basketball Africa League was held in the Kigali Arena, which has 10,000 seat capacity, compared to the last final of the CAF Champions League, which is Africa, the equivalent on a football space, which is held at the King Mohammed Stadium, which has 60,000 seater capacity. So you can see, even from a fan point of view, football has already captured people's imagination and has a capacity to hold and carry them through. So let's look ahead. What do we see and what can we notice? Right? You notice that? Okay. As I said, infrastructure spending. Countries have historically been associated with spending more on football than they have on basketball, even though we are seeing that trend sort of shifting. But I still think that the trend will follow, that more countries will spend on football and more teams will spend on football than they will on basketball. Because, as I said, and it has a dual use case. And then secondly, 11 players on a football team is more than 5 players on a basketball team. And so there is a higher caption rate with a football than with basketball. And we all know that states are very important in capturing, in spending on infrastructure. Even in the US, stadiums are built by city governments and municipalities as opposed to private individuals. The business of sports, we have a higher salary rate in football than we do in basketball. And this is, as I said, because it has stronger roots. TV capacity is much better with football. TV record deals are much better in football than they are with basketball. And this trend will likely continue. And then finally, females are at the core part of what football looks like. And historically, we've seen that a lot of the time, the ladies' game would develop slowly after the gentlemen's game. But in basketball, we're seeing that the Basketball Africa League launched a few years ago with the males, and the ladies' team, there's a lot of rumors going around about the ladies' equivalent being launched. So it's great to see that basketball is doing exactly what football did, encouraging a great social movement capacity and making sure that the people who may otherwise be seen on the fringes of the game are involved from as early as possible. So, all that to say, we love basketball, but I think the beautiful game just has a certain place in Africans' heart. And it might take a generation or two before we can see basketball catching up from a revenue generation point of view or even fan following point of view. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Rebecca. Similar to Ed, I'm also an MBA student at Wharton and doing my master's in international studies through the Lauder Institute. So today I want to talk about US startups that are focused on serving immigrants. So just to provide a bit of context, America is built on immigration. Almost everyone's family came through immigration, whether it's centuries ago or more recently. So my parents immigrated from Taiwan to the US in the 1980s to pursue their PhDs. And the immigrant population has been growing and is contributing a lot to the US economy. In 2020, there were 44 million immigrants in the US, making up 14% of the US population. And immigrants and their descendants are projected to account for 88% of the US population growth through 2065. And unfortunately, there have also been different refugee or immigrant crises in the past few years in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and other parts that also account for this drive in immigrants. But as I mentioned, immigrants have contributed a lot to the US. Immigrants have contributed to the GDP, their startup founders, Fortune 500 founders and CEOs, as well as Nobel Prize winners. But despite all of these great contributions and this growing population, there's still a lot of barriers to immigrating to the US and once you settle here. You're giving up maybe a stable life in a different country to come to a new country where you might not speak the language very well, you might not have a lot of family and friends, a lot of your job credentials might not transfer over. There's just a lot of different obstacles. And so I want to better understand the landscape of what US startups are doing to help serve some of these immigrants. I wanted to be really specific about what kind of companies that I was interested in looking at, and so I'm specifically looking at US companies helping immigrants in the US, specifically tech startups. And so there's a lot of other great companies that are related to immigrants or minorities, such as a lot of food companies, companies serving minorities, companies that are employing refugees, or nonprofits, but for this purpose, I want to be quite tailored. And so through a lot of research online and talking to others, I looked at 41 startups across 4 different fields that are working with immigrants, across fields such as digital health, ed tech, fintech, and legal tech. And I'll go into more detail about some of these companies to help everyone get a better understanding for what each of these different companies might do or what it looks like in each of these sectors. But I think at a glance, some of the trends are pretty clear. You can see there's a lot of fintech companies and not as many digital health or ed tech companies, for instance. So a lot of the companies that I looked at are quite early stage. So again, I'm looking at venture capital-backed companies. So companies that are raising seed funding are going to be earlier, and there's more of these. And there's less companies that are more mature. As mentioned, there's a lot more fintech companies and fewer digital health or ed tech companies. So there's a lot of room for growth in these 2 fields. And most of these companies are also serving one specific industry, with the exception of one company. And to be clear, I'm not working for any of these companies right now, so not like sponsoring anything necessarily. And lastly, I look to see whether companies are serving specific diasporas, whether it's from Africa, Asia, Latin America. And most companies are not serving specific diasporas, but the ones that do are mainly fintech companies. Also to note is that a lot of the companies, none of the companies are serving immigrants from specific parts of the world, such as Europe or the Middle East. And so I want to walk through examples of different companies for each of these sections, just to help people better understand what some of the obstacles might be. So for instance, looking at digital health companies, if you're coming to America from a different country and you don't speak the language as well, I think advocating for yourself and speaking to different doctors or healthcare providers can be a little bit more challenging. And so some of these companies are helping to connect immigrants with payers, providers that are more suited for their needs. Additionally, I know I mentioned English language learning early on. There are companies that will work with other companies to help their users learn English terms or expressions that are specific to the workplace environment, as well as companies that work on workforce development and provide different training videos for immigrants to build different vocational skills as they come to a new country. In terms of fintech, so a lot of times when immigrants come over to the US, their credit scores don't come with them. And so this makes it difficult to procure different financial resources. So companies such as Welcome Tech helps immigrants provide resources such as bank accounts, debit card, rewards offerings. And similarly, Nova Credit is helping a lot of immigrants build up their credit scores in the US. And then lastly, I also want to look at legal tech companies. So as a lot of people know, the path to citizenship in the US just has a lot of different barriers and takes a lot of time. And so some of these companies are working with other corporations or individuals. So Bridge, for instance, helps larger employers manage their immigrant population and helps them onboard different people, as well as fill out different forms as immigrants are getting their visas. And then companies such as Boundless are working with immigrants to connect them to lawyers or other personalized support that will help them in their immigration journey as they become citizens in the US. And so I think, as noted in these slides, it's clear that there's a lot of room for growth and opportunity in working with immigrants. And so even though immigrant populations, there's a lot of refugee crises or immigrants trying to come over, immigrant populations have also drawn a lot of vitriol and hate in the past few years, and there's been different presidential administration actions to curtail immigrants. But as we saw, immigration is really important for America, and immigration really drives a lot of economic growth and innovation, whether it's contributing to the GDP or contributing in the Nobel Prize or in other ways as leading startups or being Fortune 500 CEOs. Despite all of the barriers that immigrants have been facing in America, despite all of the challenges that they face, immigrants have still managed to persevere and succeed and really drive this economic growth in the US. And so after my research, I only found 41 startups, which shows that, and this is across the different fields that we saw of digital health and fintech, legal tech, and ed tech. And so we see that there is a lot of room and growth and opportunity to serve immigrants and some of these more specific barriers that they face coming to this country that we might not be thinking about if you're not exposed to this. And so overall, I want this to help people think about, well, I want this to be twofold. So one, I want people to better understand these different companies that are helping work with immigrants, but I also would love for people to think about the different challenges that immigrants are facing and how us in all of our different roles can help immigrants or just people coming to this country. For as business leaders, thinking to how we can adjust our business models to be more inclusive of different populations. A lot of nonprofits might have challenges working with the private sector sometimes, so maybe there's collaborations or partnerships here. Investors can also think about investing or partnering with companies or also helping challenge their founders to make their business models more inclusive. And then for everyone, I think just being more empathetic and kind and thinking about the different challenges that people might face that we might not be aware of. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zhao Liu from Master of Environmental Studies and Master in Law program. So today my topic is about bottled water. First, I want to express my thanks to the Department of Environmental Studies and Arts Department because they found me with an online course about product life cycle assessment, which inspires me with this idea. So if you want to start a band, what would you name it? If you don't have idea right now, I'll tell you a quick way to name your band. You just need to find anything in your life and add a modifier to it and make it abnormal. They'll get a quite awesome and impressive name, just like Rolling Stones, 9 Inch Nails, Black Keys. You can name your band like Silent Thunder, Heavy Feather, just like Black Rose, No Class Monday, Credit Card Without Payment, or just the opaque bottled water, yeah? So today my topic is about won't about band, it's about bottled water. So, do you know why bottled water is usually transparent? The answer is obvious. The transparency of bottle can highlight the clarity and cleanness of the water inside, but it also blinds us to its significant environmental impact. So, I will do a quick survey. So how many people consume one or more bottled water every day? Please raise your hand. Yeah, so how many people drink tap water? Oh, great. So about filter water? Oh, there's some, thank you. And when I first came to Penn, I just drank bottled water every day. It took efforts to me to just carry cases of bottled water upstairs every week. So I bought a water filter pitcher. And later, I realized that tap water in Philly is potable. According to the latest water quality report published by the Water Department of Philadelphia, all chemicals in the water system in Philly water system meet the both standard of federal level and state level for safe drinking. And more, let me astonish is that some drinking companies, they use tap water to produce bottled water. An estimated 25% or more bottled water just tap water in a bottle. Sometimes further treated, sometimes not. So don't know why people still drink bottled water every day and why bottled water is still so popular even though tap water is potable. In the 1970s, some beverage companies, they just started to realize that people just think that drinking soda is not that healthy, and people turn back to drink water, and they just concern about their growth projection in the future years. And they came up an idea. They just sell bottled water. People at that time thought, what? Water is free. What will they sell us next? They will sell us air? And guess what those companies did to let us buy bottled water? They just used marketing strategies to to manufacture the demand for the bottled water. First, it just let us uncomfortable and insecure about drinking bottled water, sometimes through the denigrating the tap water. And the second, sometimes they just seduce us with beautiful mountains and pristine natures on their labels or in the advertisement. So if these companies really want to use mountains on their labels or their advertisements, it's better to use mountains of plastic waste on their bottles. Yeah. You may learn some story about plastic waste, just like the straw in a turtle's nose or microplastic in a fish, but it's just a part of the plastic story. What is less known is that the carbon footprint of plastic production is exacerbating the climate change. So what is carbon footprint? Carbon footprint is total greenhouse gas emissions caused directly and indirectly by an individual, organization, event, or product. So if you, for example, if you bought bottled water and you are contributing to the carbon emission through the total life cycle of the bottled water, from the product design, resource extraction, production, to packaging, to transportation, to distribution, and even though the recycling and the waste disposal. And how many carbon emission caused by the bottled water? A total amount of energy embedded in a use of bottled water is the equivalent of filling each plastic bottle 1/4 full of oil. And the total carbon footprint of one bottled water is 82.8 grams of carbon dioxide. It's quite a big number, but what does it mean? So if you drink bottled water every day and you need to plant 8 to 10 trees to neutralize the carbon emission by the bottled water. And people in the United States consume 167 bottled water each year. So if every people in the United States consume only one less bottled water every year, and the carbon reduction is equivalent to the amount of carbon absorbed by 17 Central Park's worth of trees for 1 year. That's quite a big number. And if you drink bottled water every day, don't know it will cost you $1,400 per year. And if you drink tap water, it only costs you about 50 cents. If you are not comfortable with drinking tap water, just like me, bought a water filter. The annual cost of water filter is less than $100, including replacing the filter replacements. Yeah. So remember, you can save your money through the drinking less bottled water, and you are also contributing to the reduced carbon footprint. Yeah, it's very important. And the average carbon footprint for a person in the United States is 16 tons per year, and the average level is 4 tons in the world. It's quite a high number for global. But if we want to avoid a 2-degree rise in global temperature, the average level by 2050, we need to cut our personal carbon emission to 2 tons. Cut carbon emissions from 16 tons to 2 tons can happen overnight, and the most feasible way to cut the emission is drive less cars, take less flight, and eat less meat. But it's quite hard for us to change those habits. But we have more feasible, more easy way to reduce our carbon emission, just like choose local food. Because if you bought even an apple you bought in a market that could have traveled thousands of miles to your local market. So choose the local food is quite a good option, and it will also support the local economy. And just like buy foodstuffs in bulk, or use your own reusable container, or change incandescent light bulbs into LED, or just get electricity from clean energy. So maybe we can become the 9 Inch Nails or the Rolling Stones, but we can just save some money and save the earth just by changing a little bit of our life habits. So thank you very much.
College basketball game day. Shoot around in a huge arena. 6 hours before tip-off, I'm playing a game of horse with a teammate who shoots and makes a shot from half court. So I got to try to duplicate it. I walk out there, and all of a sudden, a booming voice from way up in the bleachers. "O'Neal!" Everybody froze and did 2 things. One, they looked to see who was screaming, my head coach, and they looked to see who he was screaming at, me. "O'Neal, why don't you take some shots from where you're going to be during the game?" And so I went exactly where I was going to be during the game, sat on the bench, and started shooting from there. That's funny, but I'll tell you what is not a laughing matter. My first year at university was the first time I faced sitting on the bench. My primary goal was more playing time and ultimately a starting position. The trouble was JP was an older, bigger, stronger player playing in front of me. I'd love to tell you I did everything I could to help JP be the best player he could be. But the truth is, I saw JP as a threat, And him playing poorly or getting into foul trouble, I took as good news because it meant me getting in the game. In fact, even worse, how would I have reacted if JP was injured or kicked off the team or quit? The culture of sport is so often one of comparing and competing. Any competitive endeavor is just as likely to have opportunities for conflict as it does for unity. Words like antagonism, conflict, war, battle, jealousy, envy can just as easily describe relationships within a team as it does interaction with the opponent. Theodore Roosevelt said, "Comparison is the thief of joy." I can attest to that. Joy is stolen by an unhealthy approach to competition. The default view of competition is two or more individuals or teams striving to get a prize that only one can attain. It's the classic zero sum. The focus is on the outcome. Now, you throw in a scarcity mentality and you get an us versus them, which quickly becomes a me versus you. Add a fixed mindset, and even teammates become perceived as threats to the accomplishment of individual goals. When competition becomes an exercise in self-interest, we are cheated out of the beauty of loving and life-giving relationships with classmates, colleagues, and teammates. Teammates become opponents, and opponents become enemies. And it can easily stifle the growth of every member of the team. What about you? Where is your joy being stolen by comparing and competing? Striving to be the best is what makes a competitive endeavor both fun and dangerous. Competition comes from the Latin word competire, which means a coming together to agree, a striving together. Honestly, you might think that's the answer to that question. And yet, we don't compete against one another, we compete with one another. When I make everything a fight to win, for there to be a winner, there has to be a loser. And if I win and you lose, we also lose. Penn's own Dr. Marty Seligman combined the hedonic and eudaimonic happiness with his PERMA model of well-being. Notice how each one is affected with an unhealthy approach to competition. Positive emotions decrease and negative emotions increase. Engagement decreases, and I'm less likely to experience that state of flow. Relationships suffer under comparison and fear and threat. Meaning is deprived as relationships suffer, and ultimately I accomplish less. When competition is viewed as a striving together, an individual has a growth mindset and an abundance mentality. And rather than the success of another being perceived with threat, it's celebrated as inspiration that others too can succeed, including me. Legendary basketball coach John Wooden said his father taught him to never compare himself to someone else, rather to be the best version of himself, giving his greatest effort. One of the greatest athletes in the world, surfer Laird Hamilton, who witnesses have watched surf a wave over 100 feet tall, and yet the world record stands at only 82 feet because Laird Hamilton has never competed. Bruce Lee did not believe in competition. He said it separates people into winners and losers when we should be collaborators and co-creators. 3 of the world's best competitors all competed with, not against. Fixed mindset people are reward seekers. Growth mindset people are learners. Would you close your eyes? On the count of 3, I want you to point in the direction of north. 1, 2, 3. Open your eyes. Uh-oh, we have lost our way. When you lose your why, you lose your way. Imagine with me a world of striving and thriving together, where combativeness and contentiousness is pushed aside by collaboration and cooperation. Some curse the darkness. I want to light a candle and have that light shine joy and peace into the competitive environment. Because in the end, life is not a game. Life is a gift. The purpose of life is not to win, but to learn to love well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, and to all our presenters. That wraps up the Professional Masters category. Please don't forget to vote for your Audience Choice Award for our Professional Masters category. I think the voting's open till 1, is that till 1 o'clock? You can only vote once in this category, and we'll have a short break, but please do stay for the social sciences talks, which will begin in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Can we get the socials? Oh, for them. Thank you. So we're about to begin our social sciences presentation. So if you're out there lingering and want to come back in, please do. For those of you who are just joining us, good afternoon. My name is Beth Wenger, and I am Associate Dean for Graduate Studies in the School of Arts and Sciences. I'm also Maritza and Josephine Berg Professor of History. I'd like to welcome all of you to the Social Sciences session of this, our 7th annual Penn Grad Talks. Social scientists examine, as you might guess, what it means to be a social human being. And that ranges from human behavior and brain functions to large-scale social movements, to demographics, to economics, to politics, and more. Penn social scientists are studying the kinds of issues that impact our lives on a regular basis, and in doing so, they're helping to create better institutions and systems that affect people's lives every day. So I'm very excited to welcome this fabulous group of students. Today, you'll be hearing from 4 students in this category. Amber Mackey of Political Science will deliver a talk called Racial Policy and Agenda Instability, Measuring Legislative Attention to Race. Xingshang Chu of Economics will discuss vacant jobs. Justin Reamer of Anthropology will speak about Lenape agriculture in the Minisink. And finally, Elena Van Stee of Sociology will present Privileged Dependence, Precarious Autonomy, Parent-Young Adult Relationships through the Lens of COVID-19. I'll remind you, since this event is a competition, we will also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are, sitting in the back for those of you who are here, Eva Del Soldato, Associate Professor of French, Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies, Maria Kovalchuk, a graduate student in Classical Studies, and Kristin de Groot, a news officer for University Communications. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does in making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their fields. You will also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by texting the presenter's number to a 10-digit phone number. Details will be shared on the screen throughout the category. Please note, you can only vote once per category, and the speaker who gets the most votes across the 4 categories will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at a reception today beginning at 5 p.m. in the Sphinx lobby, and I invite you all to come for that. And remember, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, please use the hashtags PennGradTalks, PennSAS, and SassGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our social sciences speakers and enjoy these fabulous talks.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to share my research with you all. I think that there are maybe 2 things that all politicians can agree on. That first thing is that policy matters. And policy matters because people matter. Policies and the lack of policies can completely change the trajectory of a person's life, of a community, even an entire country. If it weren't for policy changes that happened in the past century, I wouldn't be here standing in front of you guys speaking today. When we realize just how much policies matter and the lack of policies, it becomes essential that we can track and measure what changes we're seeing and what changes are happening when it comes to policies. Within political science, there are tons of theories that try to understand where, when, why, and how we'll see policies change and legislators start to pay attention to different policy topics. My research is along these lines where I try to question where and when do we see shifts in legislative attention to race specifically. When understanding legislative attention, I kind of think about legislators almost like procrastinating students on TikTok. Now hear me out. Just like TikTok, the legislative agenda has tons and tons of different topics. There's so many things that are vying for our attention all the time, waiting for us to like, to share, and to comment. And with all these different things vying for our attention, it takes the right set of conditions for us to stop and actually engage. Political scientists have theorized the things that will get legislators to stop and engage for topics like tobacco policy or transportation policy. But we haven't paid a lot of attention to the specific conditions that are necessary for people to pay attention to racial policies. The few works that have tried to understand legislative attention to race would put all of the bills for welfare into one bucket, or all the bills for criminal justice into one bucket, and just say if we see an increase in these bills, people are talking about race. My work tries to go a step further. I use text analysis so that we don't just look at policy domains, we look at the contents of each and every single bill. Text analysis is a super fun strategy where we take unstructured data, so the tons and tons of bills that you see over here, and then we have them grouped into different categories based on the words that we see in the bills. After we have different categories, we can then turn this text into much more meaningful data. And this is what I do with my project. I group words into categories based on whether they're racialized or not. And thinking about racialization, I'm able to create what I call the racialized language hierarchy. When I say racialization, I'm talking about a process where racial meanings are extended to previously unclassified relationships, recognizing that race is in fact a social construct. When we think about racialization, we're thinking about the emergence of race as an idea and how it's also been transferred to new words and new phrases. We can take racial policy, we can take racial profiling, for example. When this emerged, we automatically knew that it had racial meanings and racial connotations. When we take a word like body cameras, which is a newer technology, we know that it's become racialized over time as it's been associated with social movements. What the racialized language hierarchy, a tool that I created, does is it measures the presence of over 800 different words that are known to have racial meaning in policy. And then we're able to detect and track when they appear and when they disappear from policies. I want to take you through what I found with just one state. I picked the state of South Carolina to talk to you guys about today because I thought that with South Carolina, we would see a huge increase in the ways that people were talking about race after 2015. I thought that after a white supremacist walked into a black church and killed 9 black people, state legislators would be using racialized words all the time, that we'd see bills and resolutions about racial justice proliferate the legislature. But that's not quite what I found. I did see that racialized words, meaning that the texts that are using words about race, it was increasing in South Carolina bills over time. I did find that they're using specifically explicitly racialized words like African American more over time as well, whereas implicitly racialized words are staying relatively steady over time. But what I found that was a little bit surprising is that not all types of bills are talking about race in the same ways, at the same levels. Resolutions are a type of bill that is mostly symbolic. It can commend an individual, it can talk about an event, but it doesn't carry the full weight of policies like bills. Bills, on the other hand, are much more substantive. The few racialized bills that I saw talked about things like racial profiling, decreasing hate crimes. They talked about giving resources to minority-owned businesses, but we're not seeing an increase in these types of policies in South Carolina. One of the other findings that I'd like to share is that I found that policies that were being proposed by black lawmakers specifically were not being passed at the same rates as policies that were being proposed by white legislators. And this raises a huge concern when we think about the representation of their constituents. For the majority of these individuals, their constituents are black constituents and people of color who have questions about their representation if their legislators can't get bills that they need passed. So what does all this mean? It means that yes, state legislatures are talking about race more, but they're doing it in mostly symbolic policies. These symbolic policies are meaningful, but they don't carry the full potential that bills do. Bills have a potential to actually change the everyday lived realities of people who are black inside of the state. 3 years ago, one of the resolutions that I read said that South Carolina has the desire to address the threats that they see to Black Americans. By focusing on the words, we have a chance to actually measure if this desire is being enacted. We have a chance to see if these bills and resolutions are truly talking about race, and then later influencing the lives of Black Americans in South Carolina and beyond. Today, I began by sharing there are two things that I think most politicians will agree upon. That first thing was policy matters. And that second thing is that change is happening. While reading through tons and tons of bills, I saw changes between 2010 and 2020. There were changes in the lawmakers, there were changes in the legislatures, changes in the ideologies and in the issues that they were talking about. While it presented a somewhat bleak image showing that, yes, they're talking about race more, but they're only doing it in mostly symbolic ways, the fact that they are talking about race in symbolic ways, it does matter. And it's a change that we didn't see, say, 15 years ago or 20 years ago. Through text analysis, I'm finding even more ways that the legislatures across the country are paying more attention to race, and in some ways less attention to race. But for all that information, you'll have to read my full dissertation, which is not yet complete. But until then, I thank you guys so much for your time, and I thank you for your attention.
Understanding economic fluctuations is one of the most important and challenging issues for our society. Sometimes economic conditions are good. In these good times, we work more, earn more, and consume more. But periods of prosperity often come to an unhappy end. In these bad times, we work less, earn less, and consume less. Just like a person who can get sick, the economy can experience downturns. These fluctuations of economic conditions are known as business cycles, and bad times are known as recessions. So recessions are typically characterized by high unemployment. The photo in the left was taken in 1933 during the Great Depression. Thousands of unemployed workers wait outside the State Labor Bureau in New York City to apply for federal relief jobs. The photo on the right was taken almost 80 years apart in 2009 during the Great Recession. You can see that similarly, thousands of job seekers wait in the Brooklyn borough of New York City to apply for jobs in a job fair. But things are very different during the pandemic recession and the post-pandemic recovery. Unlike previous employment troughs, we see unemployment being high. The current labor market is concerning about a high number of vacant jobs. Everywhere we visited, there are a number of vacant jobs and help wanted signs everywhere and notices about reduced hours of operation due to staff shortages. This has become the biggest challenge to post-pandemic recovery and has received significant attention for policymaking. More worrying is that this does not appear to be a short-term phenomena, as there are no signs of improvement after 2 years of labor shortage. Now, why is that? Why do we see such high number of vacant jobs nowadays? Are they newly created jobs or existing positions vacated by workers leaving the labor market? And does this distinction matter? If so, what are the policy implications? So these are the questions that I seek to answer in my research. This figure formally visualizes what I just described. So here I plot the vacancy rate defined as the share of jobs that are vacant during the past 70 years. So the red dashed line labels the current level of the vacancy rate of 7%, meaning that out of 100 jobs, 7 of them are vacant. As you can see, the vacancy rate is skyrocketing and reaches a record high. It more than doubles the average since 1950s of about 3% indicated by this gray dashed line. This has been widely perceived as unprecedented. The first contribution of our research is actually to dig into historical data and identify two very similar episodes. So history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. The first similar episodes happened around 1918, which coincided with the influenza pandemic. So it's very similar labor market to today. The second time happened around 1943 during the World War II, when young workers are sent overseas to serve in the military. Now, all these three episodes coincide with a big drop in labor supply in the economy, as indicated by the bottom figure, where I plot the deviation of the size of the labor force from its trend. Regardless of the underlying reasons of such big negative labor supply shocks to the economy, be it the disease or the war, we all see subsequent spike in vacancies, suggesting that employers keep the positions open when workers somehow have to leave the labor market. Actually, all these three episodes are somehow special, but even in normal times, lots of workers leave employment to go out of the labor force. In fact, even in normal times, about 3% of employed workers exit employment to go out of the labor force. Why do they do so? The two most important reasons are actually going home to take care of the family or kids, and second, going back to education or training programs. The third largest reason is retirement, which is something more permanent than the previous two. There are also significant differences across demographic groups. For the sake of time, let me highlight two differences. First, there are big differences over the life cycle, where young workers are more likely to exit employment, but the reason is mostly going back to education. Prime-aged workers between 25 and 54 years old workers more likely to exit because of family care responsibilities, and older workers are more likely to exit because of retirement. Let me also highlight the gender differences. Female workers are more likely to exit employment than male workers, mostly because female workers take up more family responsibilities. So this provides a new angle in addressing gender inequality in the labor market. To sum up, this talk highlights the question of where do vacancies come from. The conventional wisdom suggests that vacant jobs reflect labor demand in the sense that employers create new jobs. My research highlights that vacant jobs can also arise from labor supply side as workers vacate their jobs. Now, in my paper, I show in detail that this actually brings novel insights. First, it changes our understanding of the business cycle fluctuations of unemployment, where I show that actually the creation force accounts for about 2/3 of unemployment fluctuation over the business cycle, with the vacating force accounts for the remaining 1/3. So labor supply force and workers exiting the labor market is important to understand economic fluctuations. And second, I also show in my paper that this speaks to the labor market response to monetary policy, so it has important implications to policy, with the creation force being very responsive, but the vacating force is less responsive. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. So before getting started, I would like to offer a land acknowledgement because we are speaking today on Lenapehoking, and my research takes place on Lenapehoking, which is the ancestral and spiritual homeland of the Lenape people. So my talk is entitled Lenape Agriculture in the Minisink, but first I want to talk about modern agriculture. So in the United States, our agricultural systems are what we call a monocropping type system, which means that acres of fields are planted with just one type of crop, usually one that requires a lot of nutrients for its production. And because of these systems, we have a highly mechanized agricultural system, meaning we need heavy machinery to harvest and plant these crops. And we also rely a lot on chemical fertilizers and herbicides and pesticides to allow for the success of these crops. What this means is that these systems are highly unsustainable. They release about 657.9 million tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year, which makes up 11% of the entire greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. And that's not even accounting for the transportation of these goods and the production of these chemical fertilizers. As such, a lot of legislation and policy has been focused on how we can make these agricultural systems more sustainable. One idea proposed by a lot of agroecologists is that we need to return to indigenous agricultural systems. So indigenous agricultural systems are systems that were used by the indigenous people of a region before Western science, Western technologies were implemented in these regions. And the reason why they emphasize that we need to return to these systems is they're actually a lot more sustainable and actually even more productive. They were developed over hundreds, if not thousands of years to maximize production within these areas. They're less extractive of the land. They improve biodiversity. We actually have some real-world examples of where these indigenous agricultural systems have shown that they are more productive and more sustainable. So the first is from Bali, where the agricultural rice systems that have been in place for hundreds, if not thousands of years, were put back into place after the failures of the Green Revolution in that area. And then in Peru, Penn archaeologist Clark Erickson, who's now retired, did some experiments in the 1980s with these raised field systems that were in place thousands of years ago, and found that they were so widely productive that it expanded from 1 community to 40 communities, and the Peruvian government eventually took it over. But the problem is, a lot of these systems have been lost thanks to the violence of colonialism. And that's where archaeology can come in. So archaeologists love to talk about agriculture. It marks a big transition in human society, and I think archaeologists just like talking about food. It's something we all need to survive on a daily basis. And there's 3 main ways that we can study past agricultural systems. The first is these actual agricultural landscapes that get left behind in some places. For example, these field systems from the Southwest. We can also study the agricultural tools that people were using. So things like stone and bone hoes, axes to cut down trees. And then we can also study the plant remains that people left behind, and that's actually what I'm going to focus on today. So my research takes place in the Minisink region. So if we're down here, wrong button. If we're down here in Philadelphia, the Minisink region is about 2 to 2.5, 3 hours north of here in what's now the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area. So it spans from the Delaware Water Gap up to where New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York all meet along the Delaware River. More specifically, I work in what's known as the Minisink National Historic Landmark. It's about a 1,320-acre site that was occupied by the Lenape from about 3,000 years ago to about 1,700 when they were forcibly removed from the land. So the period I work in is called the Woodland period. It spans from about 800 BC to that 1700, 1675 period when the Lenape were taken from the land. Maize was first introduced, so the Lenape were maize agriculturalists. They subsisted primarily on maize. It was first introduced sometime during this early Woodland period, about 800 to BC to 0 AD. But it didn't become really visible and probably wasn't planted in the region until about 600 AD, which is when we first start seeing it in the archaeological record. But it's not super common in the archaeological record from this period. We don't think they were really growing a lot of maize. But then you see this giant spike of maize in about 1300, and it remains fairly consistent. It declines a little, but that's more related to sample size and things like that. So why does it spike around 1300? There's a number of reasons why, climate change, introduction of different technologies, but one of the main reasons is actually the introduction of the bean. So the bean first becomes visible in the archaeological record around 1300. And beans are really important for 2 reasons. One is they provide actually complementary amino acids with maize that allow for you to have no nutrient deficiencies when you're eating maize and corn for the majority of your food. The second reason is beans are a legume, which means they're a nitrogen-fixing plant. As a nitrogen-fixing plant, they add nitrogen back into the soil, which is really important for corn because it takes a lot of nitrogen out of the soil, which is a major issue with modern agriculture and why we have to fertilize so much. So the introduction of beans allowed for the development of the Three Sisters agricultural system, which was the co-planting of maize, beans, and squash. The maize provided, your main source of food, but also a stalk for the bean to grow up, and the squash provided ground cover, which actually eliminated the need for irrigation because it trapped moisture in the soil. This is typically how we think of northeastern indigenous agricultural systems, but they're actually a little more diverse than this. So in my research, I have found the Lenape weren't just planting maize, beans, and squash in their fields, but other crops. So we have chenopodium, or lamb's quarters. It's considered a weed today. If you're a gardener, you might be picking it out of your garden. But in actuality, it's like a North American version of quinoa, so a high-protein plant. They also would have had sunflowers in these fields, and I also included a picture of tobacco. This was probably gardened elsewhere near houses, but it's just a pretty seed, so I like including that picture. But beyond just these other crops they were planting, maize agriculture actually increased the diversity of plants available to the Lenape, most likely through these disturbance-adjusted plants that were growing around the maize fields. So we can see before maize was introduced, the diversity of plants that they were utilizing was actually pretty low. As maize gets introduced, it goes up some, but then really when maize use was at its highest, we see the highest amount of diversity. And this is because the disturbance-adapted environments of an agricultural field allowed for the growth of things like blueberries, raspberries, sumac, huckleberries, blackberries, all types of different fruits and seeds that would have added extra nutrition to the diet. So we actually see the quantities of these plants and the amount of plants increasing, and it's probably because they were attracted to these field environments that were heavily disturbed. So going back to a modern maize field, if we look at a maize field today, you can see that it's just corn as far as the eye can see. There's no diversity here. To get this, you have to use heavy machinery to till the land, to plant the seeds, to harvest it, adding pollutants into the air. There's no other plants growing around, so it's really not a diverse system. It's hindering biodiversity. We see some weeds down here, but it's not really much. So if we compare that to the Lenape agricultural system, we'd improve biodiversity, improve the sustainability of these methods, because you can't farm this way using mechanical methods. You don't actually need fertilizer. You don't need pesticides. You don't need herbicides. So if we can re-implement these agricultural systems in the Minisink region, in the Delaware Valley, and also study them throughout the entire United States, we can improve our agricultural sustainability today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Elena Van Stee, a PhD candidate in sociology. I'm going to start with a story today, Lexi's story. Once quarantine started in March, one of my first thoughts was, oh shit, I'm not going to see my parents for a long time. This is what Lexi said to me when we talked over a Zoom call in November 2020. Lexi was a college student from a low-income family, majoring in the social sciences. Lexi was one of the 48 undergraduates who I interviewed to understand how students from different social class backgrounds navigated COVID-19 campus closings. So let's see how things played out for Lexi. Although many of Lexi's peers had returned to a parent's home when the dorms closed that March, Lexi hadn't. The risk of bringing COVID to her parents was too great. Lexi explained that her parents were especially vulnerable to the virus. They were both overweight, and they had diabetes and asthma. Lexi's mom begged her to come home, but Lexi didn't budge. Crowdsourcing information from friends, she found an apartment to sublet from a classmate who had gone home to stay with their parents. Lexi spent the first month in almost complete isolation. Everyone I knew went back and lived with their parents, she told me. She said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was the worst time of my life. Now I want to introduce you to Lexi's classmate, Bella. Bella was already living in an off-campus apartment when the dorms closed that March. But she said she wanted to move back to her parents. She knew they'd be able to take care of her there. Bella told me that she occupied not one, but 2 empty bedrooms at her parents' house. One for sleep, the other for school. Bella's parents, both of whom had Ivy League graduate degrees, made sure that she had all the technology she needed for remote classes. They bought her an extra monitor and all sorts of other tech accessories to make learning easier. So as these stories illustrate, I saw striking social class divides among the students in my sample. Now, when I started this project, I certainly expected to see disparities in parents' material resources. And believe me, I did. But what I found was that the class divides cut deeper than immediate resource constraints. I found that students had fundamentally different understandings of their relationships with their parents. These differences shaped how they made decisions about where to live and how to interact with their families during the pandemic, to the effect that privileged students like Bella became more dependent on their parents, and less advantaged students like Lexi became more adult than ever. I call these patterns privileged dependence and precarious autonomy. Half of the students in my sample came from working class families like Lexi. The other half came from upper middle class families like Bella's. I set out to answer this question: how did social class shape undergraduates' responses to COVID-19 campus closings? I was doing all of these interviews in the very early months of the pandemic. This timing was important for my research because it meant that I got to see how students were making decisions in real time. Emotions were raw. So much was still unknown. So, what did I find? I found that students' responses to the campus closings reflected their dramatically different understandings of their relationships with their parents. These divides manifested in three main ways: authority, entitlement, and obligation. Understanding these three things can help us understand why Lexi didn't go home, even though her mom begged her to. And they can help us understand why Bella did, even though she wasn't kicked out of the dorms. So first, authority. Class divides in students' understandings of authority came through most clearly in their initial decisions about where to live when the dorms closed. Upper middle class students typically felt that their parents had the authority to decide where they would live. This was partially due to parents' financial leverage. They were typically paying all or at least most of their kids' college expenses. Students were also scared. And even though many began to resent their parents' control over time, in the early days of the pandemic, many told me they were glad to let their parents make decisions for them. As Bella said to me, because it was such a scary virus, I was like, okay, I'll just come home and let you take care of me. In contrast, working class students like Lexi described housing decisions as their decisions. They typically considered a wider range of options, such as staying with extended family or trying to sublet an apartment, as Lexi did. Next, entitlement. Privileged students like Bella felt entitled to their parents' homes and their parents' resources. Many told me that having parents pay for their expenses while at home was a key perk, one that they tried to maximize. In contrast, working class students felt far less entitled to parents' resources, which were, of course, far more limited. Working class students told me they were afraid of being a health risk, a financial burden, or an inconvenience to their families. Sometimes this led them to find another place to live, as in Lexi's case. Others tried to minimize their impact while at home by paying for their own food or contributing to household expenses. Finally, obligation. Privileged students like Bella typically took it for granted that their parents would run the household while they focused on school. Less advantaged students felt much more of an obligation to help and protect their parents. In Lexi's case, we saw that she avoided going home altogether because she felt responsible for protecting her parents from COVID. Others who did return home described helping their parents while they were there. For one student named Ashley, this meant shopping, cooking, and managing her siblings' remote schooling while her mom worked retail. Ashley explained to me that she felt like she owed her mom something for all of the care and the hard work growing up. My mom works very hard, Ashley said to me. I want things to be okay. Comparing the experiences of Lexi, Bella, and Ashley can help us understand how social class shapes the most intimate dimensions of our identities and our relationships, including how we understand what we deserve from and owe to our parents. During the pandemic, these students made decisions that reflected class-specific understandings of authority, entitlement, and obligation. So the COVID-19 pandemic was a unique historical event. But young adults face more mundane challenges and crises all the time. My research teaches us that understanding how they cope with these challenges as well as the implications for inequality, requires understanding their relationships with their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, and let's give a round of applause to all these fabulous speakers. So that wraps up the social sciences category, but you still have, I think, a few more moments to vote, right? I'm getting yeses from the back of the room for those of you watching online. And please do take some time, get some food for a few minutes, and at 2 o'clock, we're going to begin the natural sciences presentations. Thank you all. Welcome, everyone. For those of you in the back, please, enjoy the food and then come have a seat as we begin our natural sciences presentations. For those just joining who haven't met me yet, my name is Beth Wenger, and I'm Associate Dean for Graduate Studies in the School of Arts and Sciences, and also Maurice and Josephine Berg, Professor of History. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Natural Sciences session of our 7th annual Penn Grad Talks. At Penn, our natural and physical scientists seek new information and understanding of living organisms and natural objects through experiment, observation, and deduction. They are opening up new worlds of understanding about our environment, from what grows in the ground to what soars above us in space. They will help diagnose and cure diseases, create clean energy, and pioneer our understanding of the natural world. So we are really happy to have 5 wonderful students presenting with us this afternoon. I'm going to introduce them all at once, and they'll come up in the order in which I'm introducing them. First, Drew Barrett from the Chemistry Department will speak on featurization, understanding complex data using machine learning. Then Jarrett Dillenberger, also from Chemistry, will tell us about lasagna alla nano, recipes for making, breaking, and decorating layered nanomaterials. And then we have Mark Giovinazzi, I hope I did that right, of Physics and Astronomy, who will discuss from 0 to 5,000, the current census of exoplanets. And then we'll have Spencer Talkington, also from Physics and Astronomy, who will give a talk titled Magic Without a Twist, the Dark Space. And our final and 5th speaker is Jonas Tupal of Earth and Environmental Science, who will discuss To a Cleaner Future, environmental impacts of mining lithium. I'll remind you, since this event is a competition, we do have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are, for those of you in the room sitting in the back, Lauren Russell, Professor of Practice at the Fels Institute of Government, Kimberly St. Julian Varnon, a graduate student in history, and Jane Carroll, Associate Director of Donor Relations for the school. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their fields. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by texting the presenter's number to a 10-digit phone number. Details will be shared on the screen throughout the category. Please note, you can only vote once per category, and the speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories will win a $500 prize. Winners in each category will be announced at a reception beginning at 5 p.m. this afternoon here in the Sphinx lobby, and I invite you all to come. And lastly, if you're posting on social media, and we hope you do, as you watch today's lectures, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SassGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our fabulous natural sciences speakers and enjoy the talks.
Okay, hello everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about featurization, which is a machine learning algorithm that allows you to find correlations in complex data that you wouldn't be able to see with the human eye alone. So the power of our supercomputers has grown exponentially since their conception, but not only have the supercomputers grown, but also has the computational power to the average scientist who is doing large data manipulations and wants to understand their data better than they could with the human eye alone. So today I'm going to talk about a method called featurization, where you can use machine learning to break down this data. And it splits into 3 steps, where you have to define a problem that fits within your parameters, turn your data into features that can be suitable for the machine learning, and then leverage your results in a way that you couldn't have before. So first, you need to define a problem that works for this type of analysis. This can be any type of numerical output of interest, so one single numerical variable. So for example, you could think of ad clicks per dollar spent advertising on Facebook, or you could think of any of the things up on the board, but specifically today I'm going to talk about the binding energy of CO2 for different specific materials. So you can think about your data set as having different samples with one output of interest. And if you can do that, you can put your data into this type of machine learning algorithm. Next, you need to turn your individual data or samples into features. Features are just unique numerical identifiers that can help separate the different samples and correlate ultimately with your output of interest. So really what's most important about these features is they need to be simpler than your target output, so you can gain correlations to the emergent property you're interested in. These features are often unique numerical identifiers that are very simple, and you can calculate them or just observe them without having to do a full study like you would for your output of interest. And finally, you can leverage your results using these techniques. Doing something called feature importance, you can find which features are most correlated to your output, and you can also predict the output of new data by taking your samples or taking a new sample, putting it into your trained machine learning algorithm, and then you can predict the output for something you haven't done the study on. So today I'm going to talk about a specific example using this method about finding better CO2 catalysts. Now, I don't have time in 8 minutes to belabor how important it is to find materials that can help us control the CO2 in our atmosphere, but instead I just want to talk about a specific way we use this method to help find materials to help us do this better. So in addition to just turning CO2 into something else that isn't in our atmosphere, we want to turn it into highly valuable products. So here you can see that multi-carbon products are the most valuable and energy dense, so that's what we want to turn CO2 into, if at all possible. And previous work has shown that copper metal is uniquely apt at turning CO2 into these multi-carbon products. However, copper metal by itself isn't very good at binding CO2, so we want to help find new materials that are similar that can bind CO2 and still have the same conversion properties that copper does alone. So attacking this problem, we took inspiration from this biomolecule on the left, which is an enzyme in plants that helps bind CO2 strongly. So this enzyme works by having 2 metals, iron and nickel, in a very local chemical environment that allows it to bind CO2 strongly. So we thought, let's replicate this in the surface of copper. So by including 2 different dopants, taking every possible element on the periodic table, putting it into the surface, and trying to see which ones can improve our response, and then using machine learning to understand why certain ones are better than others. So to make our data set, this is exactly what we did. We have individual samples that are materials that are just 2 different dopants into this system, and then we calculate the binding energy using first principles methods that are used in my group. By doing this, we can generate a massive data set that we wouldn't be able to just look at and understand the correlations, so we need to use this machine learning featurization analysis to understand the trends we're seeing in our data. So what I'm showing you here is a lot of data points. Each one of these data points is one of these specific materials, one of my samples, and the x-axis here corresponds to the binding energy of that sample. So farther to the left is better. The line on the right is just what copper is by itself. So a lot of these are better than copper. And then the y-axis is just how makeable these materials are. So lower is better. But for our machine learning analysis, we're only focused on the x-axis, and then the y-axis comes in at the end when we're doing our analysis of these samples. So now that we have our data set, we have all of these different materials with the binding energies correlated, we want to turn our individual materials into machine learning features. Now again, these features are just unique numerical identifiers that need to be determined by someone who is an expert in the field. Anyone who's doing a different type of study would have to figure that out for themselves. But using our chemical expertise, we decided to make the identifiers of the dopants just the unique different characteristics of the individual atoms. So just looking at the periodic table, we assign the mass, atomic number, place on the periodic table, the effective charge, all of these simple things to calculate for each individual atom that we can then correlate to the binding energy, which is a much more complex calculation. And we take the summary statistics, minimum, maximum, average of these different features to correlate, to the minimum, maximum of these unique atomic identifiers to be the features that we correlate to our binding energy of interest. So here I'm showing some results for that data set. This was based on over 400 tested materials. And we found that the maximum charge between the two dopants, whatever one of these two materials is whatever one of the two dopants is most highly charged, correlates most strongly with the output we're interested in, with the binding energy. So you can see that once we hit a minimum threshold of having at least one of our species be very highly charged, we know that that means that it can bind CO2 strongly. So we want to be able to put one highly charged dopant in there. But it's the maximum charge, not the average charge between the dopants. So we know that we only need one of our two dopants to be highly charged. This plot on the right I'm showing you, these blue materials just correspond to two materials being highly charged, and the orange correspond to having one. That means that if we have one highly charged material, one highly charged atom in our material, then we can have a makeable material, have a lower formation energy, and this material can bind CO2. So this is insight we were able to gain only using machine learning featurization. And this is exactly what I'm showing here. We were able to identify 7 new materials that can bind CO2 more strongly than copper, but keep the characteristics of copper that make it such a great CO2 catalyst. So we hope that the next step of this project is to find some experimentalists to make these for us, but we were able to gain the insight into what makes these specific materials better than others using this machine learning featurization. So finally, I just want to leave you all with the thought that this type of analysis is not just something for this specific project. Featurization can be used for any type of field. So you just need to be able to have a large data set that's split into individual samples that have a single numerical output of interest, and you can use these same machine learning algorithms that are widely available in Python to figure out what are the most important things about your individual samples that make it good for your output of interest. Big data is really powerful, but it's on us to leverage it in the best way possible. Thank you for hearing my talk today.
Okay. So a few weeks ago, I was at a restaurant, and it was an Italian restaurant, and I couldn't decide whether I wanted spaghetti or if I wanted some lasagna. And when the waiter came over, I was still flustered. And so I said, I'll take a slice of spaghetti. The waiter was very confused because a slice of spaghetti doesn't really make sense. And in this moment, I realized something really interesting. These types of foods have a unique structure to them. We can see in lasagna, we have this nice layered structure, whereas in spaghetti, it's much more disorganized. And I realized that the structure of these materials, that is the way that the ingredients are organized, is playing an important role in their properties. For example, whether we slice it or whether we use a fork. And so this concept doesn't just apply to food, it also applies to chemistry and material science. So I was really excited to figure out how I could take this and put it into my own research. And as it turns out, the layered materials that I work with have a structure that look just like lasagna, right? And I thought, this is such a cool idea. We have these sheets of atoms that are stacked on top of each other, and they're separated by these molecular sauces in the same way that lasagna is. And what I wanted to do was figure out how we could use these materials in order to improve a variety of different applications. And these materials, they're used in things such as batteries, they're used in construction to make them stronger, they're also used in cars to make them lighter, improving efficiencies, and we also use them in drug delivery, and we can use them to purify water. All of these technologies are important for a world that we want to make more sustainable. The cool thing about layered materials is that they are everywhere. And if I can get a quick show of hands, who here has used a pencil in the last week? Yes, everyone, right? Doing your crossword puzzles, of course. Well, the cool thing about pencils is that they are layered materials, at least the graphite is, right here at the tip. So if we zoom in on this, essentially we have this layered structure all stacked together, but the sheets can slide past each other. And when they do this, and we rub it on a sheet of paper, what happens is that the layers come across and they form a pencil mark. This wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the layered structure. So the structure is critically important to the properties of the material, in this case, our ability to write. Now, in my graduate work, I was super interested with this idea of how structure is affecting the properties. And what I wanted to figure out is, if we started breaking these structures down, what would happen to their properties? So to provide some context for this, one of the experiments we started off with was looking at how, if we just took this material and we put it into water, what would happen? And essentially nothing. It's pretty boring. It doesn't mix. But if we take this material and we spread it apart, separate it, what happens is we can now get it into the water. And this is really cool. We get this beautiful pink translucent solution. And so in this solution, we realized that we were changing the properties. We were now able to get it to mix. And so I was really, really motivated by this idea. And I said, how can we take this further? How can we explore this in a more exciting way? And so we took this material and we added something new to the structure. In this case, I wanted to take the structure, starting from that lasagna shape, and begin crushing it down in a way that it forms a new type of structure. And so the idea was to add this connector piece that would take everything together. So kind of going from a confetti shape to more if you balled up all of that confetti. And so we got a structure that kind of looked like this. And when we put it into water, of course, it no longer was able to go into the water, highlighting this, again, idea that because it wasn't mixing, we were changing the properties. So the structure was having an important influence on our properties. So this material is really cool because it's actually a brand new kind of material here. It's never been made before, and we're really excited about that. And we're also excited for the opportunities that it presents us, so one of them being energy storage, and the other being water purification. What we're hoping for is that as we explore these materials more, we can use these type of applications in order to make our world a more sustainable place. So the next time that you're ordering lasagna or you're having spaghetti, I hope that you guys all will remember the importance of how property is influencing structure, and we'll be reminded of how not just our foods, but also the materials that are all around us are playing an important impact in making the world a more sustainable place. Thank you.
If you are over the age of 30, you were born at a time when we knew of just 8 planets, and they all orbited our sun. I'm purposefully ignoring Pluto. There was no direct evidence for an exoplanet or a world beyond our own solar system. But on March 21st, 2022, just 11 months ago, the scientific community crossed a remarkable threshold in finding its 5,000th exoplanet. 5,000 new worlds beyond our solar system. This is truly a landmark in space exploration. Now, for millennia, people have wondered about Earth's origin and our place in the universe. But I'm going to tell you how exoplanets open the window of opportunity for answering some of these questions. As I alluded to, the story of exoplanets on how we got from 0 to 5,000 does not actually require us to go that far back in time. In fact, the first exoplanet wasn't discovered until the early 1990s. And as of just 10 years ago, we hadn't even found 1,000. This recent boom in discovery is due in large part to 2 very famous space missions, the NASA Kepler mission and the NASA TESS mission. There are about 10 different ways that we are currently searching for exoplanets, each with their own strengths. But just 2 of them are responsible for the discovery of about 95% of the total planet population that we know of. And so they're extremely important to understand. The first of these 2 is measured by looking at the star. And as the planet orbits the star, due to the conservation of momentum, the star is said to wobble back and forth throughout the planet's orbit. This motion is measurable, and it may look something like this. These are real data on a real exoplanet system that I've worked on. And what we're seeing here is not exactly the orbit of the planet about the star, but rather the star dancing around as it wobbles due to the planet's orbit. So what we're detecting here is the speed of the star as it wobbles back and forth. This so-called wobble method is not only one of the oldest exoplanet detection techniques, but it's also one of the most highly reliable to this day. The second of these two very impactful and important exoplanet detection methods involves monitoring the brightness of a star over time. For most stars, the brightness is relatively constant. But if that star has a planet, and if that planet is orbiting such that it will cross in front of the star, we may notice a small dip in the brightness. These are, again, real data that I've used, taken from the NASA TESS mission. And in this case, we see that the dip in the stellar brightness is just under 1%. And so this is a very small effect. Now, as the system goes on, the planet will orbit, and it will cross in front of the star again, another dip. These data tell us that that dip, the time between those two dips, takes 5.5 days, meaning that a year on this planet is less than 1 week. This is 16 times smaller than that of Mercury in our own solar system. So we let the system play out a little bit further. Sure enough, the brightness in the star dips again, 5.5 days. This is a true exoplanet detection. And by studying in detail the transit events of exoplanets as they orbit stars, we can learn a lot of information. Each exoplanet method for detection has its own strengths. But these two that I mentioned, the wobble method and the transit method, when used in tandem, they form a powerful combination for characterizing exoplanets, namely by way of their mass, their radius, or their physical size, and their orbital period. The mass and the radius are extremely important for understanding a planet's composition. So if you imagine a scatter of all the exoplanets that we know of today, in terms of their masses and their radii, you would notice that some planets are very large, some planets are very small, and some are kind of right in the middle. But for planets with very small radii and large mass, these are going to be more dense. Conversely, planets with large radii but small mass will not be very dense at all. The density of an exoplanet is very important in inferring the planet's composition. Is it going to be more rocky like Earth, more gaseous like Saturn and Jupiter? It's often very interesting to qualify these exoplanets in terms of ones that we know in our own solar system. Some planets that we have found don't look anything at all like what we have in our own solar system. How did these planets get here? How can you come up with a planet that has so much mass but is so small? There are still many open questions to address. Another defining characteristic for an exoplanet is its orbital period, or the time it takes for a planet to make one revolution about its star. By knowing the orbital period, you know directly the distance that that planet orbits about its star, which is important for a couple of reasons. One of which being temperature. Planets that orbit very closely to their star are very hot. Planets that orbit very far away from their star are going to be more cold. This is a key indicator of the potential for an exoplanet's habitability. We also believe the exoplanets form in disks around young stars. By knowing the distance that a planet orbits about its star, we can infer where that planet may have formed in its solar system. And by understanding where exoplanets have formed and how their solar systems came to be, we can learn a lot about how Earth, our planets, and our solar system has formed. Thanks to a variety of detection techniques and some tremendous technology, we have built up a census of over 5,000 exoplanets, from big, large gas giants to small rocky worlds and planets comprised of lava and that have oceans. The diversity of exoplanets that we have uncovered is truly extraordinary. But we've just scratched the surface. The Milky Way galaxy is one of over 100 billion galaxies in the universe, and in it over 100 billion stars, our sun being just one of them. All 5,000 plus of the exoplanets that we've described basically are inside of this small red patch on the screen. Recent estimates show that on average, each star should have at least one planet orbiting it. So in the story of exoplanets, since we still have over 100 billion planets therefore to detect, we're still just in chapter 1. Although the field of exoplanets is still very young, we have already begun, one by one, to answer some of humanity's age-old questions. And so I encourage us all to look forward to what we'll learn from the next 5,000. Thank you.
Sometimes in life, we encounter things that are so unexpected and unintuitive that we describe them as magic. That must have been how lightning seemed until a summer day in 1752, when our school's founder, Benjamin Franklin, bottled lightning in a Leyden jar using a kite. Today, I'd like to tell you the story of another form of magic that we've encountered in the field of condensed matter physics over the last decade. This is magic angle twisted bialar graphene and the magical many-particle physics that we see in these types of systems. That's the button. Okay. Yeah, so we're all here because we're PhD students and we want to shine light on some particular area and some system. And we want to illuminate what is going on there. And I'm looking at material science, like two of the presenters before us. And the goal of all this is to improve the quality of life through new properties and new materials. Walking here through the Penn Museum, you pass by a stone sphinx and many bronze and iron artifacts. And perhaps someday, in the distant future, you might pass by silicon artifacts, all indicative of the age that we're in and the era in our society. Through new materials, we enable the properties of our life and thus what our society is capable of. 2 blocks away from here, the first digital computer was created. But when you compare that to the simplest, cheapest calculator you could buy today, it pales in comparison. That's because we've mastered the physics of silicon. Silicon is governed by single particle quantum mechanics, and through its structure and its outer valence shell, we can understand its behavior entirely. So it's natural to ask, what is next? And within the realm of single particle quantum mechanics, it may be possible to create devices that have much longer lives between getting plugged in than we currently have. And that's what topology may give us from the lens of Kane, Mealy, and others here at Penn. But on the many particle side, superconductivity may be hugely beneficial. 10% of the electricity that's generated at a power plant never makes it to the consumer because it's dissipated in wires. And Schrieffer was one of the first people who explained this, and he too was a faculty at Penn. Looking to the future, many-body quantum simulators and computers may help us to understand and generate new molecules and revolutionize the world of finance and optimization. So how do we get to this? Well, energy we usually think of in terms of motion, but also in terms of position, where things are. But if you can quench that motion energy, then you can get something that's entirely dictated by the interactions. And that's precisely the limit we want. That of interacting electrons leading to interesting states. And this is magic angle twisted bialar graphene. Starting with the pencil lead, placing it together with a subtle twist. That can quench the kinetic energy. And that can lead to interesting states with fractionalized excitations, separation of spin and charge, unusual superconductivity, and other building blocks that can be used to create new devices. So here we see a paradigmatic example where you twist these two systems, red for the top layer, blue for the bottom layer. And then at a certain twist angle, all of the kinetic energy for some of the electrons vanishes. Then you can realize these interesting interacting states. But this doesn't last over a long length scale. It only lasts over a couple microns, and device reliability is pretty low. So is there a better way to get to this? And that's what I'd like to introduce in this talk, which is that people have only been considering what happens in stacks of these materials, but not when you interface them with a broader whole. What happens when you start to tunnel electrons into or out of the system, or if local information decoheres? When you start hybridizing with a substrate, that can then enable new physics and new physical behaviors, and in particular, some of these flat bands. In cosmology, we think of dark matter as something that we can't observe, but we know it's out there because of its gravitational effects. Here, we're going to talk about dark states because they can't be measured by the substrate, even if they're hybridized by it, So if we can put electrons into those states, then they can live and interact in them without being decohered, and the information can be stored long term. So here, in a paper I published last year with faculty member Martin Klassen here, we see that the bandwidth, the dashed line, drops to 0 above a certain coupling between your system and your substrate. This corresponds to forming the flat bands, but the blue region up here corresponds to long-lived states. So there are many long-lived states that you could have with completely dispersionless bands without having to worry about a twist. So you get to that magic of the flat band and its interacting physics without having to worry about a twist. So this is perhaps a way to revolutionize new quantum devices, leveraging many-body physics. So we've seen that mastering materials defines our era, as indicative at the Penn Museum. And my work is to look into how can we get new electronic states that interact and work together to form a more cohesive whole and create the building blocks for new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, allowing us to share all this amazing research with you. My name is Jonas. I'm a geochemist, and I study lithium deposits. Why lithium, might you ask? Well, because in order to address climate change on a meaningful scale, we need to seriously electrify our infrastructure, and lithium is a key element in battery manufacturing. Here, there's a graph of lithium production over the past 8 years or so. And in the blue bars, you can see the production going increasingly up over this time period, followed by the black line, which is the price of lithium, which drives more demand. The orange bars represent the fraction of lithium mined that goes into batteries, a staggering 80% last year. But have you ever wondered where all this lithium comes from? How much of it do we have? Are we mining it sustainably and reliably, or are we just replacing one problem with another? Well, that's exactly the question that I ask myself daily and what my PhD is about. In the past, we have gotten most of our lithium from lithium brine deposits, which are deposits that you pump from subsurface in these salty waters. You dump them in the shallow ponds on the surface and let the sun evaporate it over the course of a year or two. After that, you come back and you have these lithium-enriched salts that you can further process for a battery-ready chemical, lithium carbonate. These deposits are well studied over its history, and their biggest drawback is the fact that you deplete groundwater in already arid environments nearby, intensifying droughts for people that live there. The other issue with these deposits is that they're relatively scarce around the world. There's few on the border of Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, known as the ABC Triangle, some in China, and exploration taking place in western US. That is why people are looking more and more into lithium-rich rocks. You can see here on this map, they're relatively evenly distributed around our world, and after the supply chain issues we went through during COVID, countries and regions look to be more self-sufficient and resilient to import. But there's not a whole lot of information on the negative impacts of mining these types of deposits, as a lot of them are just being explored now. There's few in Australia that are mined already, and of course there's going to be the landscape alteration that comes with any mining project. But me as a geochemist, I'm more interested in the potential chemical changes to the environment nearby. For example, when you mine iron from a mineral called pyrite, the unwanted sulfur from the chemical composition reacts with oxygen and water and forms sulfuric acid in the environment, which is a major issue for a lot of mining companies, as a lot of our metals that we mine today come from similar sulfide deposits. But what about lithium? Well, most of the lithium that we do get from rocks already comes from a mineral called spodumene, or here pictured the gemberite kunzite, and that has 4 elements, 3 of which, aluminum, silicon, and oxygen, are incredibly common. In fact, they make up 88% of Earth's crust by weight. But what about lithium itself? Well, we know we've used it in the past to treat psychological diseases such as bipolar disorder, and it leads to some potential side effects. So we should probably have an idea of how much of it goes into waters near these deposits. And that's exactly the type of question I'm trying to address. I've set up a leaching experiment in the lab where I use 4 common lithium-rich ores and leach them in 4 different environmentally available solutions. I use a grycine, which is an altered granite that is rich in a lithium mineral tinmaldite. I separate this tinmaldite from the grycine and use it as its own separate material. I use a spodumene pegmatite, which is a type of rock that spodumene occurs in. And then I use the lepidolite standard material, which is lepidolite is a similar material to tinmaldite, and standard just means that it's been very well studied and we know its composition very well. The environmental solutions that I use is a dilute sulfuric acid, which mimics acid rain. I use acetic and oxalic acids, which are simple organic acids that can be found in soils. And I use a double deionized water, which serves as a control solution to ground our study. We let this experiment run for 9 months and collect samples 10 times, leading to 160 batch reactors. And this is what the time series then looks like. We have lithium concentration on the y-axis, number of days on the x-axis, and we have 4 curves on this plot, and that's just for the Greisen solution experiment. And we have orange representing sulfuric acid, green acetic, blue oxalic, and purple double deionized water. And we see that at the beginning of the experiment, especially for the sulfuric acid, there's a sharp increase in how much lithium comes out from the rock. And this increase suddenly sharp tapers off, giving us this logarithmic trend curve of how much lithium goes from the rock into the solution. We can compare the situation to the other 3 ores that we studied, and we see that Greisen and Zinnwaldite are strikingly similar in their trends as well as their magnitudes. We see that spodumene pegmatite has similar trends, but the magnitude is about 1/4 of that of Greisen. And we see that lepidolite behaves quite differently from all the other situations in that it's quite more uncertain, and it also decreases in its acetic and sulfuric acid experiments. We have some ideas and supporting evidence for what it might be, but for the time being, I want to share the other results of our study. We also examined the actual material that we leached. So after 9 months, we want to see what happens and if there's any changes in its composition, maybe other minerals precipitate in it. And in order to do that, we use a method called X-ray diffraction, which is you shoot X-rays at a solid material, and they bounce off in predictable ways based on the material's crystal structure. This way, you can create a database of all known minerals, and you can then match your unknown material with this database to see what you find. And doing so, we find L-pasolite, which is a fluoride-rich mineral, in at least 7 of our 16 closed systems, telling us that it's forming there. And it tells us that there is quite a bit of fluoride that's being leached out of these lithium micas, the zinnwaldite and lepidolite, which contain fluoride. And it's being precipitated as this phase L-pasolite. We also use the scanning electron microscope, which is a fancy microscope that uses electrons instead of light to image and magnify small things, such as these grains. And we see these high contrast grains that I highlighted here in the red, that upon further examination, we find they're composed of arsenic, iron, manganese, bismuth, uranium. There's some chromium ones. And all this material would be coming from the parent rock, the Greisen, for example, not the lithium minerals themselves, because they don't have room in their chemical composition to fit them. But the parent Greisen has quite a bit of other minerals in there as well. And so to bring it all together, we see elevated lithium concentrations in solution coming from the rocks, which is the first potential concern in some of these mining environments. Furthermore, we see indirect evidence of elevated fluoride concentrations, and fluoride is one of 11 elements of concern identified by World Health Organization in many areas around the world, so that's something to look at. And we also have a potential of heavy metal and arsenic contamination resulting from some of these parent rocks. I hope that some of these findings can be brought to the right places and can make impact when deciding on how to mine some of these areas and what to look for and putting them into the processes when we start mining to have them already into account. Thank you so much for listening, and if you have any questions furthermore, please don't hesitate to reach me.
Thank you, Jonas, and please join me in giving a hand to these extraordinary scientists. Wow. They're terrific. I think our future looks bright. So we are concluding our natural sciences session, though there is still time for you to vote until 3 p.m. And in the meantime, while you're voting, please have some food and something to drink, and we're beginning our humanities panel at 3 p.m. Thank you again. Thank you. Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, my name is Beth Wenger. If you don't know me, I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and also Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History here at Penn. Yeah, some of my folks here. Welcome. This is the Humanities session of our 7th annual Penn Grad Talks. And this is a wonderful collection of speakers. And of course, the humanities help us understand others through their languages, their histories, their cultures. They reveal how people have tried to make sense of the world around them. The humanities teach us empathy, and they teach us to deal critically with subjective, complex, and often imperfect information. Today, you'll be hearing from 4 terrific scholars who are engaged with the complexities of humanistic scholarship. I will say we did have 5 on the program, but unfortunately, one, Susanna Payne Passmore from Music, is not able to be with us this afternoon, but hopefully she'll have a chance in years to come. So let me introduce all of them all together. You'll be hearing from 4 students in the humanities. Juliette Bellicosa of French and Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies will speak about Peter Greenaway's reanimation of the Last Supper. Next will be Marie Bellec, also of French and Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies, who will speak about a mythology of ends and origins, the American desert in contemporary French and Francophone fictions. Then we'll hear from Mahmoud Mohammed of the History Department, who will present on veneration, destruction, and debate, the contested history of graves, tombs, and shrines in Bilad as-Sumal. And finally, we'll hear from Kyle West from Ancient History, who will discuss aging virtuously, Cicero on old age, disability, and character. Since this event is, in fact, a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are, sitting in the back for those of you in the room, Bhuvnesh Jain, Walter H. and Lenore C. Annenberg Professor in the Natural Sciences, Kathy O'Boyle, a Master's of Liberal Arts student in the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, and Ava De Fabritis, Associate Director of Stewardship for the school. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in the field. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by texting the presenter's number to a 10-digit phone number. Those details will be shared on the screen throughout the category. Please note, you can only vote once per category for these selections, and the speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories that we've heard today will win a $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at a reception that begins at 5 p.m. in the Sphinx lobby out here, and I invite you all to come. And finally, if you're posting on social media about today's lecture, and we hope you are, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our humanities speakers.
Thank you all for coming today. Leonardo's Last Supper. It still resides in the Church of Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milan, where it was completed. Tourists from around the globe flock to marvel at, in the allotted 15-minute viewing time, this monumental work of art. But once the bell rings, the show is over, and you are ushered out with not so much as a thank you for coming. This is the stage where the Last Supper is set. The viewer experience relegated to a 15-minute rush act, accompanied by a drove of tourists, tour guides, and glowing blue screens ready to take a selfie. Now, part of the reason for this viewer experience has to do with Leonardo's taste for experimentation in The Last Supper, which caused it, unfortunately, almost immediately to decompose. The fragility of the masterpiece, which I'm showing here in a purposefully faded slide, has generated a neuroses around it, fearful of its impending disintegration. This fear, to an extent, has influenced and warped our perception and relationship with the Last Supper. But what if one could change that? Contemporary British filmmaker Peter Greenaway's digital adaptation, Leonardo's Last Supper, A Vision by Peter Greenaway, offers such a possibility. The possibility to facilitate a kind of spectatorship that encompasses and enlarges the work of art and restores it to a vision and an importance that is commensurate with its original form. In my research, I explore the effect this treatment has on the Last Supper with the goal of answering the following question. How does Peter Greenaway negotiate between the tension between the permanence of the myth associated with the Last Supper and the material impermanence of its creation? My presentation today comes out of my dissertation work, where I more broadly examine the topic of digital adaptations and how they adapt Renaissance masterworks in the 21st century. Primarily, my focus falls on Peter Greenaway's unfinished series, 9 Classic Paintings Revisited, which he began in 2007 and exhibited in the US and Europe. Today, I will be discussing the second installment in the series, dedicated to his Last Supper. But first, who is Peter Greenaway? Greenaway began his career as an artist. He trained as a mural painter before transitioning somewhat unintentionally into film. His work centers around the intersection between cinema and art, and he is best known as a filmmaker who worked heavily in the 80s and 90s. Nevertheless, he always finds his way back to painting. This is particularly true in the case of his Last Supper, which he himself characterized as, quote, a dialogue between the visual literacies of cinema and the visual literacies of painting. He further noted that the objective of the project was, quote, to make the painting relevant to the imagination of the laptop generation. Leonardo's Last Supper, the installation, is a 3-part visual extravaganza, combining lights, projections, and music to create a visually immersive experience. Greenaway reproduces the physical space of the refectory in Santa Maria delle Grazie, where the Last Supper resides. And in this replicated refectory, he features a long white table, which is a nod to the original function of the space as a dining hall for the Dominican monks that lived there. And as in the refectory, the Last Supper, which in this case is featured on the central wall in the form of an exact clone, faces the head of the white table as it would have. The centerpiece of the installation is a short film sequence achieved by light projections on the Last Supper replica, which is accompanied by an evocative soundtrack. Now, there are 3 narratives that are interweaved by Greenaway in this light show that he superimposes on this set. The first visually narrates Leonardo's masterful talent at emphasizing body and gesture. The second hints at the legends associated with the making and legacy of the Last Supper. And finally, the third compresses the New Testament Gospels of betrayal, crucifixion, and resurrection. In the first part of Greenaway's short film sequence, seen in a still on this slide, he highlights the hands, illuminating them as if they were gesturing. Very Italian, I know. And does so to accentuate Leonardo's incredible talent for painting expressive bodies. The revelation of hands begins to alternate between light and dark, moving back and forth across the table to the rhythm of music that serves as the soundtrack. thus reinforcing further the notion of cinema over still image. He then plays a very clever trick on the audience. He projects an illusion of Jesus' feet under the table that is highlighted in orange. Now, these feet were included in the original Last Supper. Leonardo had imagined that they would be there, but unfortunately the monks decided to trade them in for a new door. And Greenaway here then is using digital projections to fill in the blanks, so to speak, in a bid to realign the viewer with the painting in its initial form. The focus then shifts from the figures in the painting to the larger story by introducing light from windows onto the image. And rays of light, 3 times gold, and I'm sorry that the images appear so dim here, like sunlight, and 2 silver, like moonlight, represent the 3 days and 2 nights that transpired from the Passion to the Resurrection, without which the actual historical event, the Last Supper of Jesus and his disciples, would be of little consequence. Finally, in the last part of the sequence, in the last moment of the film that Greenaway creates for us, light emanates from the central figure, a light that grows brighter and brighter, only to conclude with a theatrical blackout. I hope that I have briefly shown today that ultimately Greenaway uses the cinematic to give a sense of the painting that is more animate than the washed-out version time and controversial attempts at restoration have left us. But I don't want to mislead you, because Greenaway's is not a work of substitution, but rather its goal is to create a means of compensating for what has already been lost over time and soon could be lost for good. Thus, in this way, Greenaway reconciles the conflicting forces of permanence and impermanence through a kind of restoration that in turn reveals itself to be a renaissance of appreciation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Not so long ago, I learned about the existence of the festival Wasteland Weekend, taking place in the heart of the Mojave Desert. The event claims to be the world's largest post-apocalyptic festival, and participants take part in activities around the theme of the apocalypse. Why is there such a contemporary fascination for the collapse of civilization? What is the appeal about spending 4 days in the desert celebrating the apocalypse? The appeal is not insignificant to me. It resonates with the perception of the American desert in the French-speaking literary imaginary. The arid place is either associated with origins and early days of American imperialism or Western films, or ends, and with the future of humankind. In my research, I examined the reasons why the American desert triggers authors' imagination. It is characterized by its immensity to fill and perpetuate emptiness. As French writer and philosopher Jean Baudrillard notes, European settlers, while slaughtering Native Americans, have opened the possibility to call the desert empty, a true fictional space, and an endless combination of fictions. Films and television, these past few decades, filled the desert with mythologies and turned it into an aesthetic object. They fantasize about nuclear bombs, aliens, and even methamphetamine. As you can see, the desert's mythical layers are superimposed onto its geological ones. The myth in French fiction is magnified. Desert is the only type of landscape missing in France. The farewell place is thus exoticized, and French authors and filmmakers add an extra layer of fiction to the desert, the transatlantic reception of American cinema. In my research, I show that Francophone fictions attempt to unravel these layers of myth. Simultaneously, they are entrapped in the mythology attached to the desert. They oscillate between origins and ends, but the arid place never belongs to the present. Because I am limited in time today, I will focus more on the mythology of ends. Although, as you will see, both extremities are intimately interwoven. In the 21st century, Francophone authors associate the United States with new pessimistic images, and the desert specifically crystallizes the anxieties of the end of the world. Anglophone fiction and literary theory consider the American desert as the ideal place to depict the various crises of our times. The events taking place in the desert would anticipate the future of the planet, forced human displacements, home destruction, collapse of the Anthropocene, drought, etc. Besides, the United States is the birthplace of climate fiction and inspires French-speaking writers. From a Francophone perspective, America evokes a place where everything is possible, including the end of the world. This is the theory of French-Canadian scholar Jean-François Chasset. The Road, for example, about the United States and in French-Canadian literature evokes death. The American Society for the French foreshadows the future of Europe. Over 60 years ago, filmmaker Chris Marker was already arguing that the American lifestyle was the most criticized, yet most imitated in the world, and could be that of all Europe 20 years later. Authors set the action of their novels in the US because they can fantasize about the future of France. And the desert, in this transatlantic analogy, reflects on the decline of French society. In the arid context, the concept of society vanishes and is replaced with individual struggles. Ecofiction is not as developed in France as in the United States, but several Francophone works explore the desert's ecological dimension through the lens of an omen of the end of the world. And these are the words of the main character of French-Canadian film, Désert. In my research, I do not study the description of nature through the lens of eco-criticism, but rather the movements of wandering characters in the desert. Scholar Aiden Tinen claims that the grounding role of home or habitat becomes impossible. My characters' underlying reasons for leaving their home is the destruction of the planet, or more broadly, of society by humans, and in some cases, self-destruction. Suicide is a recurring theme in fictions set in the American desert. The film 29 Palms, directed by French filmmaker Bruno Dumont, for example, features a couple visiting the Mojave Desert. The characters wander in the wilderness and perform as if they were the last men on Earth, or perhaps the first ones. They visit a fantasy world, a fiction within the fiction, as they step on the layers of myth. In the central scene of the film, the two lovers lie naked in the desert. They merge with the environment and reactivate in their own way the myth of Adam and Eve. Simultaneously, the film turns into a horror scenario. In the second half of the film, both characters are brutally assaulted, and the main character kills his lover before he kills himself. The film oscillates between a biblical time, origins, and a post-apocalyptic depiction of the world, ends, in which not the law, but the land sets the limits. The end of the story, as you have probably noted, is rather pessimistic. The desert murders characters who dare to tirelessly reenact the myth of the American conquest. To conclude, the desert is hardly separable from its earlier myth. Tourists gaze upon it through the lens of cinema, and European travelers and writers add a transatlantic layer on top of this pre-existing and aesthetic bias. However, the myth recently shifted towards the dystopian and disrupts the usual narrative of the desertic journey. The desert, stretched between origins and ends, never belongs to the present and blurs the contrast between past and future. As we're entering a new era of planet Earth, apocalyptic scenarios resemble reality more and more. Layers of myth may turn into geological layers again, while the origins may succeed to the ends. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Awad Mohammed, student in the Department of History. And these days, I'm thinking a lot about death and dying. Not my own, of course, that's a little morbid, but really the study of death and dying and the contested history of this in a particular geography. You see, I am a Somali American now, and the region that we're going to talk about today is called Bilad al-Somal. You might be wondering, where is that really? Bilad al-Somal, of course, is what we now call the Horn of Africa, but historically was the lands that incorporated Somalia proper, Djibouti, eastern Ethiopia, and northeastern Kenya. Like all good things, colonists must ruin it, and so over time, this land was partitioned between the colonial powers. And this handsome fella here is myself, much happier as a PhD student, as a nomad than a PhD student, probably with better job prospects as well. Islam enters the Horn of Africa in the 7th century. The earliest people who bring this new faith to this land are, of course, merchants and holy men. Their memory is constructed via the tombs and the shrines, which are really dedicated to their memory. And of course, some of the oldest and the earliest ones even face Jerusalem. In fact, today all Muslims face and pray towards Mecca, but the earliest prayer niches faced that direction, a testament to how long the faith had been in the region. And like religious proselytizers, these holy men and women, they serve as guides, they serve as mediators, peacemakers, and when they die, their charismatic memories are transformed into shrines and tombs, which are the continuation of their legacy in this land. These become, of course, ritualized practices, which then become a set of practices in which memory is always reconstructed and renegotiated. And you can see this in this picture here of a shrine dedicated to the Somali saint Abu Bakr al-Mihdar in central Somalia. This is not even a picture from very long ago. And so the continuation between an older practice and the newer practice of veneration. But the earliest shrines weren't like that. The earliest shrines, in fact, really the earliest graves were very simple. How the earliest Muslims were buried. They were unassuming, simple structures. They were not funerary complexes or resplendent architecture. This is how the Prophet Muhammad and his companions would have been buried. And in fact, this practice is still maintained in many parts of the Muslim world today. But over time, these early graves become shrines, sites of memory, sites of remembrance, trying to touch and reach back into the charisma of these early Muslims and these early religious holy men. This is the shrine of Ibrahim al-Zayla'i, a 13th century saint in northern Somalia. You can see the rich cloth inlaid with gold and silk. It looks a little bit run down, but it's almost 800 years old, so you can see why. Over time, these shrines become funerary complexes, like this one, the funerary complex of Sheikh Sufi, who dies in 1904, a saint and a miracle worker and a holy man whose shrine is here, but also smaller graves of his adherents and his descendants. And today it's even maintained by his descendants. These complexes become sacred geographies unto themselves. They become schools, they become monasteries, where, well, monastery is a little bit of a Christian term, but more houses of men of wisdom, women of wisdom. They take on a life of their own, they transform over time, deeply connected to the charismatic memory of this holy man. But not everybody's on the same page with this. This is one way of knowing, which we call Sufism, a more spiritually inclined way of knowing. All of this is embodied. In fact, when people want to call upon God, they see these holy men as their intercessors. And the barakah, the blessing of these holy men and women, is their connection to the Lord. The great American philosopher Christopher Wallace, better known as Biggie Smalls, maintains that life continues after death, of course, in that very famous album. The potency of barakah, or blessings, continues even after the sheikh, the holy man's passing. For Sufis, the soul of the dead saint remains alive in his inert but incorruptible body, a testament to his power on earth and his power from beyond the grave. But not everybody's on the same page about this. Of course, two very distinct ways of knowing. On the other side, trying to see the other side, really, these reformers, a number of holy men who oppose this practice vehemently. For example, the 19th century saint Haji Ali Majerten. He was an incredible critic of this practice. He saw it as unnecessary, that individuals need not call on an intercessor to reach the Most High. And he wrote tracts, religious tracts and poetry against this practice. And his was an intellectual endeavor. He was writing, and you can see kind of the colonialists hanging out in the back, kind of monitoring and making sure things are okay. But his was really a desire to write and sit through this intellectually. Another form of reform was often violent. This is Muhammad Abdullah Hassan, known to the British as the Mad Mullah, an incredibly famous and well-known anti-colonial figure, but not uncontested in his own lifetime as an opponent, a very violent opponent at times, of religious veneration of saints and ancestors. Two distinct approaches, one textual and one martial. Today, these long legacies remain. It's a bit reductive to say that there's an immediate connection between those two, but the broad contours are the same. This is the terror group Al-Shabaab, in English, the youth. For them, reform is a return to the pristine Islam of the earliest generations. They see the imposition and the construction of graves and shrines and mausoleums as foreign practices, either African in origin or Middle Eastern. For them, these are not really, the early Muslims were not buried in these complex and overly complicated and resplendent architecture. Theirs were simple graves. And so, because they neither possess the desire nor really the capacity to debate intellectually, they destroy these graves. This is the grave of a very famous saint named Uwais al-Barawi in southern Somalia. In 2009, they make a habit, really, of destroying these graves onward. They destroy about 300 graves a year between 2009 and 2015. And actually, the flag here is a callback to the pristine Islam of the past. The symbol of the earliest Muslims, the flag, the emblem of the Prophet Muhammad. For them, the past is a time to be returned to, but also something to be destroyed. For them, they must erase a past in order to relive a certain past. Today, in this geography and in this beautiful country that has seen hard times and hopefully will see better times, the state now sees itself as the intercessor, funny word, right, coming back, of these debates. Whereas in the past, holy men, religious scholars, it was their prerogative to debate these, whether it was via tracts or poetry on religious texts. Now a new authority is on the scene. This was a few weeks ago, actually, in the capital of Mogadishu, where the central government brought together scholars of different theological, ethnic, and even really intellectual traditions and asked them to begin to mediate these conflicts. Whether or not the state will be successful in this regard remains to be seen. But I want to leave you with this. How do you think about those who have passed? And how does the long shadow, really the scepter of those we love, we venerate, we remember, how does it hang over the living? Even though this is a very particular example in a very particular context, these are ultimately universal truths. How do the dead walk among us today? How do you venerate them, remember them, and contest their very long legacies? Thank you so much, and think about that.
Thank you, everyone, for this terrific opportunity. I'm willing to bet that a few of the following statements sound familiar. You don't look a day over 30. 70 is the new 40. I am 80 years young. And of course, when the time comes, I'm going to grow old gracefully. Anxiety about aging is widespread in the modern world. According to one estimate, the worldwide market for anti-aging products grew from $25 to $37 billion in value between 2016 and 2021. That's less than 5 years. A lot of that anxiety is rooted in illnesses and disabilities we might experience as we age. One study from the United Kingdom found that the most prevalent cause of severe disability in that country was arthritis, accounting for more than 30% of cases. The fact is, nobody is immune from the process of decay as they get older. This might look a little different for each person. Limited mobility here, loss of eyesight there, cognitive decline. But aging always ends with us having to confront our own mortality. Aging makes us anxious because it exposes the vulnerability we all share. This anxiety was well known in the ancient world too. The Roman statesman, legal advocate, and philosopher Cicero reflected on getting older as he entered his 60s. He had known serious disappointment in his life. These included the rise of a dictatorship in his beloved republic and the recent death of his daughter. He wrote a pamphlet titled De Senectute, or On Old Age, and dedicated it to his friend Pomponius Atticus, who was a few years older than himself. In De Senectute, Cicero introduces a cultural heavyweight, something like the Roman equivalent of George Washington, to offer advice on aging well. He imagines a dialogue set nearly 100 years in the past, in which the famous Roman senator Cato the Elder advises two younger men on how to grow old with grace. Cato would know. He was 83 at the time the dialogue is set. Cicero, and therefore Cato, has no illusions that old age is an easy or an effortless experience. This is the reason he gives for writing to Atticus in the dialogue's preface. The weight of old age, which I share in common with you, and which is either already bearing down on us or at the very least is on its way, I wish to lighten for you as well as myself. Once the dialogue proper is underway, one of Cato's young friends says that old men feel their age so much that many complain they are carrying a load heavier than Etna. That's a reference to this mountain in Sicily, so you can see that old age is no joke. In response, Cato makes a few allowances. Nearly everybody experiences some amount of decline as they age, with perhaps a few legendary exceptions. Much like everything in nature decays and comes to an end, so too it is with people. But that does not excuse people from making their best efforts to age well. Cato asserts that the results are plain for all to see. Cicero's Cato believes strongly in the power of self-discipline and a positive mind. By living virtuously in accordance with our best natures from our youth up, we can reach a state where we hardly feel our age at all. But this is hard work. Cato describes it like this: one must fight against old age as one would against a disease. One must have a health regimen, make a habit of reasonable exercise, take as much food and drink as will restore one's strength, not wreck it. And we must be careful to support not just the body, but also, and much more so, the mind and soul. For these things likewise burn out with old age, unless, like a lamp, you add in oil. To be easily manipulated, absent-minded, and slack are faults not of old age, but of a lazy, unworthy, and sleepy old age. That folly of the old, which is typically called dementia, manifests in frivolous old men, not in everyone. Cato is insistent that he isn't just talking nonsense. There are men, supposedly, who live up to this exacting standard. For example, King Massinissa of Numidia in North Africa, a Roman ally, and just as spry at 90 as he was in his youth. The description runs like this: once he has set out on a journey by foot, he never once mounts a horse. Once he has done the same by horse, he never dismounts. He can be induced by neither rain nor cold to cover his head. His body is characterized by terrific dryness and therefore he performs all the duties and obligations of a king. You get the idea that if Cato kept describing Massinissa, he would eventually say something like, once Massinissa was bitten by a cobra, but after 5 days of agonizing pain, the cobra died. By the way, Chuck Norris was 71 years old when that joke was put to film. Cato finally says about a man like this, he may become an old man in body, but he will never be one in soul. 90 years young indeed. Now, as harsh as Cato's words might seem to us, the idea of preparing while young for a thriving old age has some wisdom in it. Modern experts in aging would more or less agree with Cicero about the value of exercise, of a healthy diet, of keeping the mind active. But if we fully accept Cicero's mind over matter message, it leaves us with a problem. He claims that nearly every disability experienced by older people is due to character flaws, not to old age itself. If so, is he required to judge those whose old age is marked by disability? If Cicero were being completely consistent with his philosophical theory, he probably would condemn older disabled people. But other writings indicate that his attitude on this issue could be more complicated. In fact, disability can be a means of making heroes of people Cicero admires. Take a look at how he characterizes two elderly senators who take a leading role in a worthy cause. This is from his legal defense speech for Rabirius on a charge of treason. Marcus Aemilius, although he could scarcely walk, felt that the slowness of his feet would be a hindrance not in pursuing the enemy, but in running away from them. Quintus Scaevola, worn out by old age, all but lost to illness, maimed and feeble and weak in all his limbs, was displaying both the strength of his spirit and the feebleness of his body as he leaned on a spear. In Cicero's eyes, these men's disabilities did not indicate bad character. Rather, their perseverance in the face of disability was such that it became a glorious thing because they were stepping up to fill a key role in the community. From Cicero's point of view, his judgments on disability and old age depended more on context, on social class, on interpersonal relationships, and on political values rather than on philosophical theory alone. There's an important implication in this for the way we think about disability and old age today. Physical factors clearly matter for the way we live our lives. This was true for ancient people, and it's still true for us. Whether or not Cicero admires him, Marcus Aemilius still has trouble walking. And yet, the interpretations we place on old age and on the disabilities that often go with it matter just as much or more for individuals' well-being. If we already have reasons to like and admire someone, we tend to view their limitations through a lens of much greater empathy. Viewing Cicero's takes on old age makes it clear that empathy is, in some sense, a choice. And I would argue that it's one worth making because in the end, we are all mortal. Thank you.
Please join me in giving a hand to these fabulous scholars in the humanities. So thank you all, and thanks especially to the judges who have really difficult decisions to make on this panel and in all of them. today. I just want to say that as Grad Dean of Arts and Sciences, sitting here these last few hours and listening to this fabulous research and these talented scholars, I feel so moved and honored to be among you. And I'm just so overwhelmed by your talent, your skills, and your contributions. I think we can all feel really good about the future of scholarship. Thank you all for coming. This is the end of Penn Grad Talks for 2023. I remind you that the presentation of winners and a very nice reception with food and drink starts at 5 o'clock. Is that right? At 5 o'clock in the Sphinx Gallery out here in the museum. And that's where we will celebrate our winners and all of our amazing presenters today. Thank you all for coming, and come back at 5.